minutes. Sorry, I was on the toilet longer than I thought. Hi. I feel like the music is a little loud. Okay. Might be okay now. Hi. Hi, how are you? Okay, hold on. Let me gather myself. I feel like my brain's still not here. I had to go to the bathroom. It's been a while. How you been? How have you been? I've been good. I'm kind of eepy from work, but what's new? Or, hold on, I need to clean my glasses. How are you? Anything interesting? Apparently today is April Fool's Day. I almost got today by like Twitter because I was like, what? I was like, oh. Everything's a lie today. I see. Let me up my volume. I can hardly hear you. Oh. Is my mic not loud enough? Is my mic not loud enough compared to the music? Am I not loud enough? Am I not loud enough? Is it me? Am I the problem? Did I do this? Not sure. It could be me. I kept my volume low. Oh. Oh, let me know if I'm not talking loud enough. I can raise my volume. No, it's me, not you. It's never you. I feel like it is, though. Stream where something always happens, I swear. But just eepy. I was just saying that I forgot today was April Fool's Day. I almost got on Twitter. All right, let's double check everything. Did my ping go out? It did. Okay. Just making sure. Twitter pissed me off this morning. Of course, it's April Fool's. Everyone's lying. Not that people don't lie on the internet anyway, but like extra today. Oh, I could select episodes. There's 5 episodes. Okay. So many fake, obvious announcements. Was getting bored of seeing the same thing over and over again. Yeah. The thing is, I didn't spend much time on Twitter today because of that. The thing is, I don't think any of it's funny. The thing is, I need a joke to happen. Like, if I need something funny to happen for it to, you know, to be funny. But most people just say things that aren't funny. I need a joke. I need something funny. Most of them aren't funny. Like I saw a donut place have a pickle donut. That's kind of funny because that's a joke. Obviously, no one's gonna eat a pickle donut. But someone's like, "Oh, I got fired from my job." That's not funny. You know, it's not like something silly. Today's a silly day, not like, "Oh, I lied to you." Haha, that's not it. That's not. I don't get it. I don't get it. I need something goofy and silly. Not like, "Oops. I'm graduating." Every other fucking VTuber. That's not a joke. It's not funny. You know, like you could say, "Oops, I slipped on a banana." And then I accidentally, I don't know, spilled coffee on my keyboard, and then I fell on my bed, and then my avalanche of animals fell on me, and it was hee hee ha ha. I don't know, something funny. I don't know, anything. Exactly what I said. I just need it. It needs to be funny. Today's not National Lie Day. Today's April Fool's Day. fools. Fool you, joke, hee hee ha ha. Nobody's fucking funny. I'm not funny either, though. That's why I don't participate. It's not funny. Need people to be funny. Well, luckily the day is almost over. And then tomorrow will be the next... is it another Nintendo Direct? Are they going to talk... There's something happening tomorrow about Nintendo. That's all I know. We're playing Ace Attorney. Apparently a spin-off. Should I be playing this in Japanese? Alright, supposedly there's another direct. Yeah, I know. It must be the Switch. Otherwise, why would they have a direct so soon after? Apparently we're in like the Western feudal Japan. Where like industrialism and shit happen. Is this the setting? I don't know anything about this game. I just bought it because it's on sale. This is one of the newer adaptations though. So it's like a remake. Is that Mordor? What? Isn't this the main character? Why is he holding a gun? No, why does he look surprised? Watch along, this isn't a game. It's a visual novel, technically. If I were to really categorize it as something. I did some voice exercises before this. I don't think I did enough, though. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, the 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants Antechamber 5. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Okay. Bailiff. Interesting. What? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Okay, I just started and I'm already being accused. Wait, am I not like the defense attorney? Why am I being blamed for a murder? Sorry. My name is Yunosuke Naruhodo. Yunosuke is such a cool name, but Naruhodo. So I guess he's related to the previous Ace Attorney MC. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. Okay, you're a student. Okay. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Of course you're a murderer. You killed my heart. Oh, Berthanas, why? Ah. Gracious. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Who's yelling? Oh, we got 3D models in this bitch? Can't tell. Seems like it. He's not obligated to listen to such abuse, officer. Gotta hit you up with that cringe and Riz. No one is safe. It's okay. I know I'm not safe. I'm a VTuber. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Oh. Am I not you then? I'm the defendant? Lawyer. Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Whoa, you got a sword. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. So? got a sword. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Oh, shit. Hello, nice headband. Right, Yunosuke. Yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Kazuma! Ha! Ha ha ha! There you go again, apologizing. I don't like how they space that laugh. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Yunosuke. Is this my friend? Kazuma Asogi. My best friend. Oh, well, there's my answer. Also in his second year at Yume University. How are you my lawyer, though? But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. How did you become a... I didn't push the button yet. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. Ah. Got it. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 years ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes. That's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. I'm proud as your friend. Oh, thank you, Vita Moral, for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. A temple. Eh? Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? He's looked like a nerd. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear. Look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright. I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then. Partner. Partner. Did the murder happen in this restaurant? Oh, I guess. I need to stop asking questions. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi. Why is his name still question marks? I know his name now. May I have a word? Hello. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Hi, Foxhound. How are you? How's it going? How do you do? Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. Is he the professor? I see. I'll go at once. I shall accompany you. Alright then. Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Who's the lady? Good, how are you? I'm good. Just a wee bit eepy. And I have a little bit like allergies. I don't really know. I feel a little sniffly. And like congested. I've been congested all day. But I don't feel bad otherwise. Dot. Ah, you looked at me! This is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ooh, a forensic guy. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. So we like him. Okay. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. And never granted again? That seems kind of harsh. Does someone have it? I already smell some fishy business so quickly. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Who's rigged it? Somebody's rigged my trial. Hello. Hello, Blake player. Welcome. Hi, how are you? How's it going? Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. Somebody's rigged my trial! But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. You want me to confess to a crime I didn't do? What? Right. So, as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. Pretty good. Thanks for asking. Good. How did you come about my stream? Are you looking for people who are playing this game? The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles? This is my first time playing this game. And when that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do. But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Oh, okay. It would seem our surreptitious... That's a hard word. Discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. Wow, way to throw me under the bus and make me feel guilty. I don't like you. I thought you were on my side. Well, I guess you're on my friend's side, I guess. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Fair. Jesus. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Okay. Okay. Gosh. Gosh, I look like I am unsettled as hell. I look so nervous. So this is a courtroom. Oh, shit. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. Shit. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. That sounds like a lot of bias that I'm hearing. Huh? This doesn't seem like a fair trial. The powers that have been demanded that this be a secret trial. Why? Is it shady? Has it been rigged? A secret trial. A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. This sounds rigged! What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Ooh. Yeah, bye. Whoa! This judge looks intimidating. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. Ugh. He looks like someone I need to punch. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to... Oh, is this where would the defendant like to confess to their crimes? Is this that question? Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? No! No, I can't be my own lawyer. That's death. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do, I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's... I fat fingered that. That was my bad. The top answer was answer him, and the second one was maybe not answer. Maybe I chose not to answer because that was the illusion of choice, I'm pretty sure. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be what? That's how I pictured him saying that, like really rushed. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotomo told me everything. Just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. Eh? It means you don't have faith in me. No, don't twist me. Don't twist my arm, Kazuma. You think I won't be able to get you off. Okay. Why did they write it like that? Whoa. Whoa. Kazuma, Jesus. I don't like how I said that so confidently either. Okay. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotomo shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Ouchie. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really? Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Naruhodo-san! God, that's a hard name to say. I know what it means, but it doesn't slide well. Yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Ugh. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Ada, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. I'm gonna sock him. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear? Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Is it therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken? My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, can't be questioning it more than I am. So, Let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The name. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. Can't remember that. What was it again? Rinosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of R1. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all there. I just have to press R1 for the court record. All right, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R1. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press circle to go back. I see. Let's see. Mentor, prosecutor. This is the victim. The victim of this case, he was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University. He was visiting a professor of medicine? Are you two friends? John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you better stop keeping His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press triangle to present. Try it now. John H. Wilson. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Seems like it. Oh, dear. Look at the time. I better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. I'm not eepy, you are. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. Oh. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Uh-oh. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was, Rinosuke. Proof that I'm a student. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by a loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Oh. Single cause of death. Single bullet fired at close range. Close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Hi! Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes. That's right. The post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Does someone have a camera? You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Oh, photograph shows the victim shot in the front of the chest. Okay. So that's the photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Who had a camera on them? Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. The fuck? Certainly, Your Excellency. You fucking suck it up. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me earlier, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Ah, so he was just trying to find a little loophole. Ah, I see. Excuse me. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment. Control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Okay. Time to cross-examine. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. Hosonaga. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the lead waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Ahem, ahem. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, blood? It's a regular occurrence? You better not have, like, tuberculosis or something. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the Capita's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. What do you mean so-called? Japan has restaurants too? Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. Okay, butler. Waiter. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy. Please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have a few diners at that time of day. Oh dear. The lunchtime lunch was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. Ahem. Jesus, so much blood. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. Ada. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Mark! Guilty, nobody says crockery. I meant back in the day. This is a long time ago. Hi, Mark. Hi! Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. Well, I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor besides the professor. I didn't shoot him. Objection. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke.
Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry.
Cry. You'll have your chance to fight. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Shut up, Mark. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with the gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? God, he's bleeding. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing besides the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? You should wait. It's not your turn. We need to cross-examine later. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I never got to Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. What do you mean? This is a court proceeding. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. It's not my turn yet. Kazuma? Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, dear me. What are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. That's what I was saying. You can't just... Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Osonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Ahem, ahem. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Just because you drew doesn't mean it's right. The fuck? Let me see. A sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. How does this card shows nothing about him being seated alone? You're a liar. Don't you lie to me. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. Liar. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Eh? Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been added. Okay. He's dying! Shut up, windows! So, the court has now heard a precious of the case. I don't know what that means. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. I was seeing we are looking at a black and white case here. Hey, it's my turn! Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court was willing to look mercifully upon you. It's my turn to cross-examine. How dare you? In other words, you may have some small reprieve. What do you mean? In terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? No! We didn't cross-examine! Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing to throw that trust back in my face. Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself?
Magic Mark 99 asked me, how can we tell Lunrilu April Fools? April Fools, the one day where deception is celebrated instead of condemned. How delightful to trick your streamer. You could suggest a game-breaking bug in The Great Ace, Attorney Chronicles, that requires an elaborate series of steps to replicate watch as they squirm through the convoluted process, only to find out it was all a lie, or simply tell them they have been banned from the game forever.
What are you saying? That made me jump. Suddenly GLaDOS. I think April Fool's has lost its charm. People don't know how to be funny. It's only April Fool's if you're funny. It's not April Fool's if you just lie. Hi, Dip. How are you? How's it going? Such foolery. See, April Fool's is about being funny. You have to be funny. If you just tell a lie, you're just dumb. April Fool's is not about just lying. You have to be funny about it. I'm not funny. Me neither. This is why I did not participate. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Runosuke. Ora! The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. There's the point. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Bitch. Look at that point. Powerful point. Indeed. Not again.
Don't let your kids watch
I'm in the middle of a court proceeding! Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. Aye. Oh, my goodness. Trying to drink some water. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be, so you're a liar. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. Is no saint? Of course not. Why would I be that? The prosecution calls its next witness. Wait, I didn't even get to cross-examine that one. The fuck? What in fucking hell? Witnesses, kindly state your names, occupations, and occupations for the court. Why are there two of them? Yes, no, sir. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Iesanosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as the purveyor of fine articles of the antiquity from the effervescence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Kyuryo Kodakuta at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curious with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Alright, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, both of you witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what could only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black-haired uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening? The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Acerbic. Okay, now we get it. Okay, I guess the first one was just a show. This is an actual testimony. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. What the fuck are you saying? At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little what? That's not what was said. I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. The fuck are you saying? Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked anniversary. University cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true of you, Nosuke? Yes. All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any Vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict. I didn't cross-examine yet. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to do a cross-examination. Why are you all surprised? This is the Supreme Court. This is how everything goes. The fuck? Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Oh, good point. The defense is asserting its right to do a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Yeah, bitch. Gulp. Customer is so commanding. Yeah, he is. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right? Well, first of all, he said he got shot in the back, which is not what the autopsy said. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. And the bullet didn't even go through the body, so there's no hole in the back. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. All right, then. It's all or nothing. All right. Just saying beef. Discharge. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniform fired on the Englishman, and from the back. This part. You're a fucking dirty ass liar. See, a photo got. He was shot from the front in the chest. Shut your mouth. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Thank you, Kazuma. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant? Yes and no, sir. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed university... The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military grade. Ah. Stupid. But no, that just can't be. Why not, cadet? Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness's statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy. Here, well, how do you explain it? Is there a baby on his back? Why is there a baby on his back? Why did he force the baby? Why is there a baby on his back? Oh, what the? What was that? Something just popped out from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Why is there a baby on his back? Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Who bribed you? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm... Why is there a baby? Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Cosmo. There's a baby on his back. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoei era koban, my prized coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket at a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute. Hello! Is it Ava Creamy? Welcome, welcome! How's it going? How are you? Are you drinking a boba? Is that a boba? Or a drink? It's cute. Welcome, welcome. Are you looking for people who are playing this game right now? How did you come about my stream? In the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you? On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoei treasure. I've been alongside with you guys, and first try, by the way. Nice. I appreciate the vibe. This is my first time playing this game. I've played one Ace Attorney before this, so. Welcome. And then, after averting my eyes for the Jesus, for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. Your coin? The koban vanished. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Bang bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed, I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Nothing. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? Oh. Did he not? No. Where'd your coin go? I see. That lamentable day. The precious Hoei koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Why is the general looking away like that? Did he steal from the old man? As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Who is guilty? Not me! Hi, La! How are you? Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Okay. Hello. Franziska von Karma. I just got it out of a Minecraft grimace. Eh? Is there a McDonald's collab for the new Minecraft movie? Welcome back. Where's Ace and his sidekick Attorney? I don't know. This game apparently is a spin-off to the Ace Attorney game, so we're in completely different time at the moment with different characters. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Oh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Nom's ear. Shut up! Hi, Crimson. I need this. I need this right now. I'm in court. I need to hear in court. Excuse me. As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Waiting signal to testify, sir. That baby is so distracting. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Aido. Here in court. What? It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Jesus. Aido Teen-shun. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Ew. The fuck? Hi, LED. The Great Ass Attorney Chronicles. Big booty. Bitches. Hi, LED. The true culprit. See you on the flip side. Hasta la vista, dudes and dudettes. Bye-bye, Apple Creamy. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good day. Hopefully I'll see you again later. Some other time. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Hello? Yes. Pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. I gotta show you a music video in Discord. Mind if I tag you in it? Yeah, you can just put it in the music channel. I'll see it eventually. Go ahead, post it there. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Lies. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. But it has to be directed to you so you know it's for you and not for the community. I mean, it's not like it's like a direct DM at me. I just assume you guys post there for whoever to look at. You can tag me if you want. It won't make that much of a difference. I'll still look at it regardless. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Why are they looking away? Mind if I slide in your DMs? Of course I do. That's why they're closed. Obviously. My DMs are closed everywhere. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you'll respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Birthness. Scream all you want, Elodie. It'll be just into the void. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. You're a liar. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in company of anyone else. Ugh, this doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Carbonated water and a steak. Alright. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. I'm being gaslit. Hey yo, Lunri. Naruhodo. Hi Bakataka, how are you? How's it going? How you do? He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. Who was the woman? It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. Hey, I'm not done yet. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. What do you mean? They all lied! These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takesuchi Aochi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. You fucking weirdo. Getting over a cold, so it's getting good, especially just seeing Advent's new cover. Did Advent have a new cover? What's the new cover? I didn't even realize. How about you? I'm good. I feel like I have I don't know if I have sneeziness or if the change in weather is making me feel weird, but I feel a little congested. Otherwise, I'm okay. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. I didn't know too. They just released it not too long ago for April Fools. Oh, they released it today. I have not been keeping tabs on Twitter because most of the tweets on Twitter today are just like April Fool's things, but aren't funny. So I haven't really been on Twitter today. I'll check out Advent later, though. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. This is a court! I only care about gotcha games, April Fool's games, honestly. Fuck your Twitter. Fuck Twitter. And happen to autoplay into Advent's video. Ah, I see. That's a pretty good autoplay, though. Hold on, I drink my juice. My juice. Ugh. Alright, let's see what the lie is. Okay. My YouTube algo knows me so well. I feel that. Let's see. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment of the fire, it was almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was at... Let's see. There, I tagged you in Discord. Please respond. Maybe. Too scary at times though. True. Sometimes YouTube knows me too well too, to the point where I've been exposed to a few PLs of some VTubers that I watch, and I was like, God damn. I don't know how they made that correlation, but they did. A little unnerving. Furthermore, a visual search of the premise at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed. Alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. That was me in Spotify. I was like, who's this demon dice? Ah! Oh, that's so funny, Bakataka. That's so funny. Oh. For me, it's exposed PLs of people that didn't have their like an their alternate accounts already public. That's what YouTube did to me, and I was like, who's this? I was like, maybe it's something I know about. And I clicked it, and then I listened to it. I went, oh, okay. I'll watch it, and then I will click off it now. So interesting. No. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witnesses' statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose to either press or present against each of the witnesses' statements. True. Yeah, that's trippy of YouTube to recommend those videos. Yeah, the thing is, it's like, it's not like it even has like a lot of views or a lot of follows. Like, it has a decent amount, but not like a crazy amount. And then I was like, oh, maybe I know. It was like of this female VTuber that she sung a song like a long time ago. And I was like, oh, I know that. For me, it's like, I know that song. I knew that song. Who's doing this? I'm not thinking too hard. I'm still the tutorial. Hello? Mark? But no, I was like, oh, this girl covered this song. Good night, guys. Night, Foxhound. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Thank you. I should be streaming tomorrow. Thank you, Foxhound. Have a good night. I'll see you again soon. But yeah, I was like, oh, I know that song. I don't know who this is, but they covered it. It seems like people liked it. I'll click it. And then I went, oh, that's who that is. I felt so funny. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with L1. Okay? With a little luck, you may get more details. Okay, hold on, my eye itches. Oh. I think I have allergies. My eye itches. All right, let's press. Who can we press? Everything. There's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it and press them hard. All right, got it. I'll press them like blocks of tofu. The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant. I'm sure of it. In one way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. Time to press them all for what they're for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. I was trying the same thing. Oh, furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed there were only personnel present. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. You can't feed him answers. As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel like I'm growing callous in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was empty. That's what you'd expect. Oh, certainly 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day. Why he was alone. He wasn't! Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was. This was found on the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at the clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Oh, the judge is cosplaying retro times. No, they're not. We're not cosplaying. We're actually in retro times. That's the environment this game takes place in. Hota Clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Ah, that judge can't fool me. Okay, Baka Taco, I believe you. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think, Runosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report to be submitted? Of course! Detective Baka is on the case. Okay. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. Oh, objection. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Yeah, slam that desk. Love how majestic his headband is. I know. The thing is, we're inside. We're obviously inside a building. What the fuck is blowing on that ribbon? So silly. Oh God. I hate youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. What a topical sentence that is in our political time of the US. Fucking Christ. Old people. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Nice, thank you. I would like to look at it now. What we need right now is new clues. I want to see it. Can I not see it? I guess there's nothing more about it. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. All right, here we go. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. What? Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kodakuta-san. Okay, indeed alone he was, all by himself. Press. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. Weren't you looking for your coin, bitch? That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. You were looking for your coin, I thought. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. No. Antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. His aura is moving it. It's not possible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Alright. Therefore, no other than the black... Press. Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion is just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work. We've gleaned some new information now. What are you saying? Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Okay. This is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it a little. I was trying to! How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Press X and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use analog stick to rotate it. Okay. Using L. Oh, you can take a closer look. You can move the crosshairs around for clues. Okay. Of course they would roadblock you from examining it before. I know, right? Let me investigate it! That's what I was trying to do! Kazuma! Okay, I know how to... This is just a visual novel. There's no crazy gameplay for this, alright? Dentist. Okay, medical report. Objection! Hi, Cram! How's it going? How you doing? How are you? It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. The family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor. I mean, as long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine. They gave you painful injections. And then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest. Hi, I'm good. You enjoying the game? Yeah. We're still kind of in like the first case tutorial, so they're still holding my hand. But it'll be good. The bad case is stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Let's see. It says Hota Clinic on this medical report card. Hate clinics. Almost as much as hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I ever had in my life. And I remember even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Ugh, I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Scandalous hand-holding. What do you mean? Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Required for every visit. Oh. Objection! Hi, Winter Rain! How are you? How's it going? How you doing? Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. I'm good. That's good. Good to hear. Good to hear. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Ugh. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident. Wait, if he had a tooth extraction, he can't have steak. He can't eat steak. That picture was staged. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Your mouth don't work well enough for steak after extraction, right? That picture of a steak on a table was fibbed. Was forged. Fraud! Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. I know everything! With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? definitely. Steak my butt. Eating steak. All right, discharge, same thing. Okay, where is it? Pointing his gun, young lad in black. Furthermore, visual search was only confirmed that we're only personnel. Indeed, alone, dining all by himself. He's not dining. He can't be dining. He's not allowed to eat. He looks so deer in the headlights. He looks so silly. So nervous. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. But first and foremost, here I'm the accused. Rinosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right. And thanks for the advice. Korakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Objection. Shut up. Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? Oh my god, Sayuki. Hi, how are you? Oh my god. Stretch, bitch. Okay, you're right though. I've been like shrimping a little. Ah. Today was a day. I feel you. I feel you. I only got like 4 hours of sleep. I had to wake up early. It was in meetings all morning. Good stretch. Thank you. And tomorrow's gonna be another day of all meetings. I'm gonna be upset. You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. That is to say, it wasn't a great day, but not bad enough to tell anyone. Well, hopefully you can get some rest, and then tomorrow will be a new day. That's what I'm praying for. Still. I'm in the same boat. I had a horrible sleep and some silly... what? What's a silly skill fair? Early in the morning tomorrow. Silly skill fair? Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may have not done before that time is completely irrelevant. That's not what I'm saying! But that's... Remember, Rinosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Let me speak! Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil. Hey! So lame thing they make workers at the hospital do to see if we are up to par on basic work knowledge. Oh. Shouldn't they do that to the doctors? Oh, just workers. Nah, I for some reason I thought you meant nurse. How was your day besides your sleep? It was busy. Doing work that's tedious and I don't want to do it. But also because I didn't get sleep, so I probably was not in a good mood today. Not bad though. Could be worse. I feel like tomorrow's gonna be worse. The medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hote Clinic, which issued the report, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Nurses gotta go into. Luckily, my department is only like 1 hour's worth of stuff. Nurses are 6 hours. See, well, nurses have a lot to do. I think doctors need to go to that, because nurses do all the, you know, like IVs, shots. You know, like the more frequent tasks. They do a lot of the frequent tasks like that. Some doctors just are shit at those because they don't do them anymore because the nurses do them. So I think the doctors should go to these too, because I'm sure they couldn't draw blood that well. Nurses do a great job. Nurses do most of the work. That's what I hear. Yeah, nurses got a whole lot of tasks on their plate. Yeah, anything a doctor doesn't do or doesn't want to do, the nurses got to do, is what I've been told. I'm neither, so I wouldn't know, but it sounds like a tough job. I feel like nurses need to get paid more. I've known many nurses, they always get my respect. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Perhaps if I told you that the victim just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Korekuta-san. What, boy, what? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. So funny. At one point, doctors are just glorified businessmen once they work long enough. I respect the doctors that help diagnose, you know, with their abundance of knowledge and experience in a specific field. But there are a lot of hack doctors. A lot of them. But I respect the ones that are actually here for the job. Expertly done, partner. I respect the doctors that don't get bad mouth once they leave. Ha 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 ha. That's funny. True. It says a lot if the nurses and other staff badmouth a doctor. Yeah, 100%. The ones that actually care about the real ones, for sure. Yeah. I agree. Anyone in healthcare really needs help. Except health insurance. Because those fucks are... That's a scam. That's a scam and a half. What? What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at the photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Sadly, most of the medical stuff is scam. Yeah, especially, at least for those who are in the U.S., especially in the U.S. Drink your damn water. Thank you. And it's about to get worse. Especially with our current government. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Runosuke? Even just the ambulance ride is like a paycheck. For some people, it's even more than a paycheck. Which is crazy, because they're for emergencies, you know? Stupid. Think about any profession as there's a bell curve of skill. Like, you get so good, or you get good enough that you just don't get good anymore. Like, you know all your coworkers. Like, you know all your coworkers you think are idiots. What? Medical professionals are like that too. Yeah. There's definitely an interesting thing about that. A helicopter ride, you're in debt for life, right? Or just one ambulance. One ambulance, you're in debt. One accident, you're in debt. The fuck? Yeah, but fucking up a burger is not the same as misdiagnosis. Yeah, there are definitely hacks out there. And being a hack doctor can cause irreversible damage. And death. And death. Not very good. Definitely isn't, but that's why they go through so much more schooling. True. I feel like they need to go through some, I don't know, periodic training too, though. It's hard. I think it's hard to be a doctor. It must be difficult. Shows that some people are good at school but not working. That's true. I know a lot of people like that. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Even though the whole process to be practicing doctor is insanely hard, it is. I don't give a fuck what accolades people got. It's about the substance of the character. The rest is just BS. Yeah. I think one can study. A nice person can study, and an asshole can study. But there's a difference, a big difference between the nice person and the asshole. And it's not the studying. Yeah, this would make very hard to make you want to actually be a good doctor, I feel like. I think that people get into people jobs for the wrong reasons. You know? If you're gonna be in a people job, I think you actually have to care about people to some extent. Who in fact was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me. Doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Yeah, most bad way into the medical field just for the money, sadly. Yep. Money and then status. Money and status. Got it. The person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. Obviously. Duh. Money and status. I really hate this world sometimes. Oh, I hate it all the time. I just try to make my own little world in my own brain so I can tolerate it better. Status part 2, yeah. I'm Asian, so that part I very well understand. Oh, we have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. You can't hate it all the time. I met cool people sometimes. Yeah, that's true. I hate majority of it though. I'm just not good with people, I think. I'm not that good with people. I am very introverted though, so that checks out. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuha. I can't bother to flaunt that. I work at a hospital. I hate touching grass. This is why I'm a software engineer. I'll talk to the beep beep boop boop computer. It's the 80-20 rule. 80% shit, but 20% are super cool. As someone who doesn't go outside, I don't get to meet some of the 20% who are super cool. I stay inside. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Go to jail. I meet them online, that's fair. I went outside long enough to find my wife and then went back in. I don't wanna. I wanna go outside. I have friends that ask me about dating apps, and I said I'm not on any of them. I stay inside. And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No. That old man's tweaking. Hold it. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Oh, there was a briefing. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. It really works. Bakatako 10 out of 10 would recommend. I wish it was that easy for a lady. It's not. I'm not saying it was easy for you. I'm just saying it's hard for me. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Who's they? His ears. Oh. It's okay. You'll find love when I'm Sam, I lose RNG so fast outside. I can't go outside. I don't go outside. I'm busy. What did you say, Korekuta-san? Oh, no. Oh, that face. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? Oh, bro's tweaking on the vase. I know, right? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? Where do boats go when they're sick? To the dock. Oh. Hi, kicked. How are you? How's it going? How are you? Very funny. What's the meaning of this? These witnesses give false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Liar, liar, liar. Hi, Donkler. How's it going? Order, order. Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, the baby's yanking the fuck out of this guy's mustache. Holy cow, Overwatch? Sick. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. You're going to jail. Hi, I'm stuffing my face with Korean spicy pork and rice and lettuce. You have some? You have it's not jayuk, is it? Jayuk? You have pork sambap? You have sambap? What? I want some. Straight to jail. I agree. Ryunosuke. Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. Good thing I ate beforehand. Me too, but I still want it. However, I don't believe Aochi had any idea about it. Thank you, forgotten it Gooner. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh look, it's Mr. Meat Boy. How's it going? How you doing? Are you looking for people who are playing this game? How did you come across my stream? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? The military! If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, it's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? Excuse me. We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. Can you just let me do it then? No more tutorial, please. I want to find the murderer. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god, I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. Oh, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Eh? It's time to figure it out. What? Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness. It's not authority in forensic medicine. The lead prosecutor have little love for change of the culture reformation is brought about. The victim of the case. He's a army sergeant. It would have to be the army sergeant. He would have the most authority amongst these people, no? It's not him. This is just a professor. This is a prosecutor who doesn't like the cultural reformation. But he's been protecting the victim. The victim's dead. He's just a waiter with no authority. Yeah, it has to be the sergeant. There. What do you make of that? I think, counsel, that you may want to close your ears as well as your eyes. Damn it. Otherwise, the sights of disappointment in the court may very well deafen you. Hold on. Wouldn't the waiter have served the table to the food to the woman? Yeah. But they're asking for someone of authority and influence. Only the military sergeant on that list would be the same thing, no? If you feel you must close your eyes in a crisis, might I suggest you keep your mouth shut next time too? Otherwise, I may have to use the influence I have in this courtroom to shut it permanently. Is it not the prosecutor then? I don't have a great deal of influence myself, but believe me, I can't find other ways to make you keep your mouth shut as well. I can find. Okay, all right. Don't get angry. Think again. There must be a clue somewhere in that evidence. Okay, well, look. Okay, I'm sorry. Right, but would the waiter not be able to blackmail them? Might be overthinking it. Maybe. I would assume so. But let's see. Student. Death occurred. Male British. Single bullet. So it's not the army guy. Oh my god! Killick! Could be the professor? Maybe. Hi, Killick. How's it going? How are you? Thank you for the raid! Hello, raiders! My name's Lenry Lou, and I'm currently playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I'm still in the first case, so we're still in kind of tutorial territory. Hi, Killick. How was League? How was LOL? Did you lose years off your life? Hello, welcome, Suze. Hello, welcome. Hi, Diabolic Duke. How's it going? What the fuck kind of emote? Oh, it's a stick. Okay, oh my god. I was like, oh my god, what's that? Jesus. I only played the first Ace Attorney Law, and definitely League is always a mistake. All right, did you stack? Did you have a full team, or did you solo queue? Yes, a fine stick, my a stick. Stick. Okay, let's go examine some shit, I guess. I didn't know I could have a magnifying glass here. Okay, not this. This is a business card. Plan of the restaurant raises the number of questions. Show the relative position of everything in moments of the following incident. Nothing to show the woman. Okay. That's not all. Look here in the upper left where it says kitchen. Okay, what of it? No one would use those complicated characters to write kitchen, especially if they're not in a hurry. Is this waiter really educated? You mean you don't remember those characters yourself, don't you? Study harder, Yonosuke! Wait, who's Satoru Hosonaga? Wait, is that the waiter? You're part of the police force? Wait, well that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see what it says the witness's name? Do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend... He's part of the police force. It's not a waiter. That's a police officer. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's the job title. His job? Chief Inspector. Chief. Not even just a police officer. A chief inspector. What? Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. You're a liar. You're not a waiter. Inspector? Hold on a fuck minute. What the shit? Maybe I'm not overthinking as much as I thought. I think you had a gut instinct with no evidence, because I didn't have the evidence either. Maybe he just likes food. No! He was a liar! Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence if they're wielding it somehow here. Alright. Get fucked, waiter. The plot thickens. I know! He said he testified as a waiter. Why was he bleeding? Hold on. You said you were a waiter. Hold on. I got it. Stop. Okay. Let me say about this. Okay. Plot thickens. The waiter was the only one I didn't see any obvious facts about, and well, restaurant. So ugh, no time to think. It's the waiter, because he's not a waiter. He lied. That is not his occupation. He withheld that from the court. You sussy bitch. A waiter? Shut up. You're chief inspector. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. That waiter is a phony. Yeah. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier. Objection, poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. That's what I thought. For once, I would agree with you. But if that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If they truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence. This one. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. It's the back of the card. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card. That's of interest. I beg your pardon. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's what the telling detail is. What the fuck? He's so nervous. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? True, you are the prosecutor. You should know this. The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Uh-oh. Hold it. Huh? The waiter. Oh, hello, Mr. Police Officer. Inspector Hosonaga. Is that why you're bleeding? I was worried something like this may happen. Well, you're a shit officer. You gave me your business card. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Oh, well, you're a dumbass. Not my fault, you're stupid. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, that's why you were nervous. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. That's what you get! Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. Except you lied. And then you lied again in court. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say, you really are a detective? Yes. But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? He was undercover. Ah, of course. Your salary must have been terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant. What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. You're in the middle of the... However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. I don't trust you! Fucking liar. Don't trust the popo. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from 2 witnesses besides you. Them dirty pigs. Yeah, Buta! That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. Spill it, bitch. Spill it! If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Shut up. Keeps bleeding. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen. Okay, sorry. I thought someone shot him in the courtroom. Oh my god. That scared the shit out of me. Oh, okay, it's just a retelling of what happened. Okay. Okay, oh my god. Scared me. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the English woman from the scene at once. So she's a bitch too. It was made clear that the English woman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this English woman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. I'm not the killer. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at this moment. Well, this was British on British crime. So what? It wasn't on Japan. The fuck? An Englishman had been murdered on our soil by an English woman. That's their problem. To name an English woman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. What are you saying? They were just killing each other. The fuck? So that's the reason for the disappearance of the phantom woman in this case. But it's not right. So the police officers were ready to fucking hang me, an innocent university student, for something like this? Awful. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? UMA University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. Uh-oh. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss... The fuck is that name? Gisele? Gisele? Giselle? Giselle? Brett? I like how Runosuke looks like he's in constant fear. Oh, of course he is. This is his first trial. Untrained, unexperienced. And being accused of murder at the same time. So I would be in constant fear as well. Miss Giselle? I don't like how it's spelled. It makes me say it with like a southern accent. Giselle. Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. I'm innocent! Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Ah, based judge, thank God. He's a little dumb sometimes, but he's fine. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. Respectable. Yeah, respectable. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. Yeah, so what? A court judge has ordered you to do so. Fuck them. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? I'm sorry, was this guy about to get murdered to shut him up? Like, why is he bleeding still? Nothing will get in my way. Okay. He's gonna die. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. First of all, you have no telephones, you have no Wi-Fi. How are you gonna get her in 30 minutes and back? How are you gonna even find her? How are you even gonna notify her? Oh my goodness. What in this tomfoolery? Giselle Brett. Okie dokie. Time to eat and sleep. Okay, night-night, kill it. Thanks for the raid. And I hope you get a good rest. I'll see you again another time. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent work, Yunosuke. That was superb. Have fun with Streamline. Thank you. I appreciate it. You need a good rest after playing League. Oh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yeah, just keep roasting the poor guy. That's what best friends are for. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. But why? Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Eh? Hold on. Huh? Wait a minute. I've been wearing my t-shirt inside out all day. Oh my god. I went to work in this. Fuck. I'm wearing it inside out. I just noticed. What the fuck? Luckily, it's like a pure black t-shirt, so it's not easy. You can't really tell. But, oh my god. I'm sure nobody noticed because I had a cardigan on too, but like, oh my god. That's how you know how far gone I am. Jesus, I bet no one even knows. Yeah, no one did. I had a cardigan on the whole time. Holy shit. Let's see. And he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Oh, it's the professor. Professor Miko Toba. I wonder how you say that, actually. It's not Miko Toba. Miko Toba? I think my emphasis is incorrect. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. ... Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Great. Maybe it's Mikotoba? Mikotoba? Maybe. Maybe. I might have to try to look it up later. I don't know if there is a... Maybe someone else is named that in an anime and I can look. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he did say the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? I know I've heard Mikoto before, yeah, but I have no clue how to speak the language. Me neither. I'm just a weeb. I'm just a VTuber. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume, and it was I who invited him. Oh no! Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. I'm just a weeb in the world. Yes, I'm cringe, and I wouldn't say I'm cringe and free. I'm cringe and almost free. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement are our police bureau went to... Is this sentence structured right? The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, it's grammatically correct. It's just really weird to say. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. It's structured right. Yeah, it's just really weird to say for some reason. It's a mouthful. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Thank you, President. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. Oh, drink wawa. Water. Okay. I need to make tea for that. I need to do more vocal exercises. Stretch. Yeah. Okay. I mean, I made it through the first Ace Attorney. I think the longest, like, was this 5 hours? 5-6 hours? I played like I think the last bit of Ace Attorney, and it took me like almost 5-6 hours. I think the last stretch, and I've read for that long, so I can do it. I think I'm just not in tip-top condition today. Okay, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Still don't know her name. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Sama! Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? Ah. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly certain I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. Excuse me. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. Like Kazuma, you could treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Ah, sukiyaki. That sounds good. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Auchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. But you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down on our nation's founders? Well, it's not my fault that y'all are fucking shady. Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Yeah, Kazuma. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shit. Shut up! This guy is such a fucking tool. He just wants to look good in front of people. He doesn't care if things go correctly. Shut up, you jumped up, rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. It's not our fault that y'all don't have it under control. I'm just a student. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. This is not diplomacy, this is corruption. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Oh shit! You hit him deep! Damn! Oh, you hit... Oh! The judge resonated with that. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. He looks like a panicked chihuahua. You little brats. And it wasn't for your dog, too. Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. All right, lady. The visiting student from Great Britain, Ms. Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Critical hit. Super effect. What the fuck is that hat? Ugly ass fucking hat. Just give her a normal hat. Jesus. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman of Japan to Japan, and from such a distant land. Look at him sucking on her feet. Fucking kissing ass. Trying to suck up to Great Britain. Fucking... She's just an exchange student. Shut up. tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. It's really weird for someone to say that because, like, the British took tea from Asia. Like, what a weird thing to say. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is it not like that here? Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Kazuma, reel it in, buddy. I know you're a young man, but like, reel it the fuck in. We're in court. We're... Sorry, Inosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. Town boy. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. She speaks English? And not Japanese? Well, obviously, but like, she's studying abroad. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Translate. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in excuse me, UMays University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. You mean English? I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird. Stop kissing ass. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Do you understand English, Kazuma? Yes, I agree. What do you mean you agree? You understand English too, Rinosuke? You obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Your English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Oh, well shit, I guess we're both smart. The Anglophile is troubling. Oh, but that's how history was, though. That's just... that's the thing. People were fucking stupid back then. All of them. Especially when they're just getting exposed to it for the first time. You can't really help seeing that. That for me, that might be kind of normal. You either vehemently hate them, or you fetishize them to a degree because they're so fantasyful in your head. I mean, that still happens to this day. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at the restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson. I mean, fair, I did end up with a blonde myself. Well, that's different. Having like a hair... The thing is, having a hair color preference is very different from having like... I'm gonna say it, yellow fever. Which I have seen before. It's very weird. It's very, very strange. Creepy, even. So that's very different. in terms of intensity. I'm sure you're fine. He's very white, also does have blue eyes. She's German Irish. That's cool though. I think that's fine. I'm sure if you just like someone for them, that's fine. I knew someone that has such intense yellow fever that I think they were quite a bit older than me, or at least older than most of the people I hung out with at the time in school. And this guy had been around. I think he was in college for a long time, like a long time, and he would only date super young Asian women that were very small. Legal, but very petite and Asian. Always. Never saw them with a different demographic. Ew, I know. It was so creepy. It was awful. I hated every second of it. Luckily, I don't know that person very well, but I had to bear witness here and there. The ick is blah. As a software engineer, you kind of run into those kind of people more often than in other places. You'd be surprised. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? I can't imagine. Yeah. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. Her hat is so ugly. Like, the thing is, they didn't have to put a swan on it. It could have just been a normal white hat with flowers like that. Why did they do that to her? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. That's not what you said, Hosonaga. You said you erased all mention of her. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. That's what I'm saying! I was just following special orders from the Bureau. That doesn't change what you did. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eye on this photographic print? She's like, a photo? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your replacent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say, yes? It would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. This lady's a bitch. What? I'm so confused. Order in the court. Now who paid her off? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. She doesn't even speak Japanese, you bitch. How do you know he's translating right? You don't even speak English, ouchie. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. You got me there, Kazuma. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Here we go. Lying bitch. Oh god, are we gonna have to go through 2 times the text boxes for this? I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. Oh, thank God. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. Ah, shit. Never mind. There is going to be fluff text boxes. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. What? Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I'm about to shove that hat down your throat, lady. How dare you say that? I don't carry a gun myself, so I obviously couldn't have been the culprit. Just because it's not... First of all, it was the professor's gun. It's not your gun. No, I don't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. You have to stop interrupting. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. What the fuck? And look at the Snow White angel. First of all, she's a hoe. Simp. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Runosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. Oh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. First of all, the police... Oh, the entire police department cannot be trusted. They're all corrupt. You just tried to lie your way... I hate this. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. So is yours. Hosonaga? Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. Ew. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. You... Yeah, I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. That's what I'm saying. Stupid, idiots, all of them. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to... Whoa, Rinosuke. Okay, you can't be going... Okay, he's lucky he thought that in his head and didn't say that out loud. Let's not say that out loud. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. It's in the hat, bet. Maybe. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. I'm not sure he was thinking about the case at that point. Stop it. Yes, that's where we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. She's a bitch. And a liar and a hoe. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Alright, here we go. Alright. Do we have any new... I don't think so. Day of the incident. Witness the incident. I had arranged to meet for a slightly lit luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor and they got into a fierce argument. I'm pressing that. I did not fight. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that retort at you. It was only meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. Bitch. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. Ooh, I'm gonna punch him so hard. This character is annoying. English is the future. We must all... I don't know if I can bring myself to say that. I don't... I can't. We all must speak in English. I hate it! I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Of course! He's an idiot. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. Oh, Subarashi! Oh, that was cringe. I know! I hated it! Don't Subarashi that! Don't Jozu me! Ew! I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how unseemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. The part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee left to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Wait, she does understand me. Then, not long after, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before the eyes. No, I left. And I didn't shoot him between the eyes. He got shot in the chest. Like I said, there's no point in repeating the assertion over and over. I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yes, that's true. But all I did was pick up the gun and saw the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious He interrupted me. That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident. Shut up. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. Yeah, shut up. What nonsense. The lady's merely stating what she saw. She didn't see anything. This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway. Don't carry a gun myself. Couldn't have been the culprit. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. She knows she can get away with stuff in this country. How did she know it was an argument? I don't know. You're right. She doesn't understand. You're right. Well, I mean, if we were yelling at each other, sure, I can surmise that. But she doesn't understand. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way as you are, except for the flapping red ribbon. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as fiction that it is. I think we have to show the autopsy. She says I shot him between the eye, which was not true. All right, come on. Okay, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single... I can see it! Get me back into the cross-examination. The first thing to do is press her... Okay. Shut up, Kazuma. I know how to do this. Give it. Come on. I need to expose the true face of the exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Okay, lunch. Beefsteak. Fierce argument. See? And shot him right before... Oh. I thought she said right between the eyes. Right before my eyes. Never mind. Hand holding. Okay, well. I don't carry a gun myself, so I obviously couldn't have been the culprit. Hold on. Let me try from the beginning. spot. Why is this in-between dialogue so long? Okay, let's try again. Okay, I had arranged to meet for a slightly lit luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. If the accused took the professor's gun, why does it matter if she doesn't carry a gun? The thing is that no, there must be another gun because Ryunosuke had the professor's gun in his hand when another gunshot rang through. So there must be a separate weapon. That's the thing. Let's just press everything. After 2 p.m., in fact, that really quite a late lunch, isn't it? Fashions for Britain, late luncheons are in vogue, isn't that right? No. He's like, duh, idiot. Late lunches are a trend in Britain. And she's like, no. N-O. No. Minus aura points for you, dummy. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. VA is good at making such a character voice you want to hate. What do you mean, VA? There's no voice acting in this game. Just, no. The text, though, the text style is funny. Let's see, the victim had another appointment. Sound he makes when he's objecting. Oh, I understand. Got it. That makes sense. You're right. He does sound like a prick. The victim had another appointment. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted, right? That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Why the fuck would they go to lunch, though? Whatever. Okay. If English intelligence is fine. Oh my god. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered. You say you need to stop it. Thank you for the 5 gifted. What are you doing? Oh my goodness. Wow, holy shit, LaFleece. You have interesting timing. For those who received this from Ryusei, say thank you. Thank you, Ryusei. Thank you so much. Stop wasting your money on me. Keep your money. Yes, I love Ace Attorney Adventures and Resolve. Holy shit, that's me. Thank you, supporting BlueTubers. Thank you. That's you. Thank you. But still, keep your money. Not wasting. You give too much. Keep your money for you. Wah. Thank you, you say. Wah. We're gonna press this. But welcome. Hi, everybody. Yeah, as you can see, we're playing the first day of playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So this is apparently spin-off of the original Ace Attorney games. Ryunosuke's such a good boy. He is. Such a chicken boy. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. It's okay. I hope you're enjoying the Ace Attorney. I am. It's always fun to listen to this, read these stories. Like I said, there's no... didn't I already press this before? Did I press this before? My bad. Hold on, let me think. Okay. I already went through this dialogue. Okay, we'll just press it all. All very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. What? You verified it. First of all, I don't trust you. You lied about everything. Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. I distinctly remember her saying, I'm not. That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Fucking useless ass police officer. Why on earth not? The honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Liar. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Yeah, not to get her out of there, just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. She's maintaining that you... Okay, got an argument and shot him. Okay. Elegant, refined, beautiful. How do we know she's beautiful? She's wearing a mask. Okay, I went through this text dialogue already. Can't do that. The fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better. Press her on any statements, which I have been. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. Student. Shot from the front. Police inspector. Dental work. There's something about the fact that she only said she ordered a steak for herself. I don't think I pressed this, but we can press it. Oh no, I did do this already. Shit. Isn't the steak on his side of the table? Yeah. Okay, I pressed that already. I think I pressed everything, no? She says she only ordered a steak. I assume the water was for the professor, but is that something I should present? Okay, I'll press this. I don't think I pressed this yet. Was unable to eat, so you say. And that was because he had just had tooth removed at the Honda clinic, correct? That's right. Supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Britt aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. That would mean... Is the water? Then it was you who ate the steak pictured here. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying event. But that doesn't make sense. I thought you staged everything. Didn't he say he staged everything? Eh? Now he's admitting to not have staging it? Eh? Have no fear, my dear. I swear I will crush them. Oh my gosh, shut up. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. But the water. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Oh well. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass. Yeah, wait, there's only one cup there, though. What do you think about the witness's last statement? It's wrong. There should be 2 cups. What do you say you toasted? You liar! Last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? But there's only 1 cup. Yeah! Rinosuke, spit it out! The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. You have no hair. Defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Okay, give me your fucking... Gladly. Alright, give it to me. So I can present. Hurry up! Give me back! 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 Shut up! Kazuma! And the professor and I said cheers over a glass. You did not cheers over nothing! There's 1 glass! His face? 2 patients? Oh my god, Crom, please. That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. It was exactly as it was left. That is correct. Well, that is. It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. You're not wrong. Rinosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. Strange, peculiar, weird. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor had cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah, you're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Oh my god. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minute? Minute? First of all, this is a court. Of course we're supposed to do this. What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minute? Lost the entire point, right? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. Oh, what do you mean you never do something so reckless? You gave me your business card. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you trying to tell me you can clink with only 1? Yeah, bitch. You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. She understands what's happening. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Eh? Good gracious. Sorry. I'm gonna slap her. I've been shady the whole time, but I would never be shady. What are you saying? Give us the glass, right? Produce the cup, bitch. There, as I assured the court before, this is no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? Where did she shove it? Up her gooch? Where the gun was? That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? Just make a remark of the waiter. Yeah, that's a normal trauma reaction, stealing a glass off a table, right? Let me just take my fizzy water. So silly. No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag. I think my throat's reaching its limit soon. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small, handheld pouch commonly carried by a well-to-do woman in England. She could fit a whole cup in there. You could fit a pistol in there. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Oh, really? Somehow, something you can hold a gun in, perhaps? Right? This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. What? See how coat works. But in the end, it comes to nothing. What the fuck is this? No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. What is this? Gaslighting. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No! They rent this dude off a quarter of the street. Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's this deeper significance there, it's the handbag, bitch. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. The music stopped. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. This judge is an idiot. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? What kind of word is that? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga, Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought! In other words, another gun. The one that was actually used to kill the professor. Could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Oh my god. Order, order, order. Order my foot. We're past order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bulging incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Do you think so? Me too, buddy. He's bleeding. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly, you have no faith in the police. Obviously, you lied to everybody, to my face, and consistently have done so this entire time. Tell me that your bureau is corrupt. Thank you. Why the fuck would I have faith in you? Cheh. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I have to thank the student lawyer, really. Did he shoot the professor? I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. You don't just forget about evidence. This photographic... You just had a photo? This print of a photograph that I had bought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. What the fuck are you saying? As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Why is it clear? Why is it see-through? Well, I never. You can see right through what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Jesus. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of this lady. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Shit. Jesus. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, will you submit that print as evidence at once? Certainly, Your Excellency. What the fuck? And I'll kick that police guy in the shit. Yeah! He's like, oh my god, a murder. Let's take a picture of the lady's purse. The fuck? I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. Son of a bitch. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt. In this matter, I must make my ruling. What are you saying? Are you crazy? Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. Ugh. Oh dear. No. I knew it. This judge is just like the other judge. I know, right? Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Oh no, Kazuma, don't look like that. Kazuma? Oh, don't stop! I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. I'm gonna punch him too. You're wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? This guy needs hazing. You heard the judge. There's nothing about the last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Shit. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Rinosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me... Wait, Your Excellency. Rinosuke! I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is a handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There's no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Rinosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned, if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Oh god. Yes. Yeah, Your Excellency. Take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. And the judge want to do some damage with that gavel. He's gonna hit me. Okay. Is that tattoo significant? That tattoo looks kind of significant. Not the glass. I don't think it's the purse. Is it the tattoo? Tattoo? I don't know. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. Fair. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Why did the lady react? I was pondering what new piffle you would come out. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. Okay. In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered this burn and no possible way of knowing either. Looks like a cow, though. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Algie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. Oh, she's trying to leave. Suspicious. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. No, you can't leave. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Runosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it. I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining. Yeah, that's what I thought, too. She's trying to leave. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Death occurred. Let's see. Nothing to look at here. I like how they're like, I can't really. Okay, I don't think it's this photo. Let's see. This is the waiter's card. Something about a cow. Is there anything about a cow? The plate? Oh, I didn't even see that. All right. How do I see. Okay. I did not even see that. Okay, present it. He was eating the steak, not her. Oh my god. What's this, counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at the scene, we miss things. How does this relate to the case, though, about the murder? Just because he has a cow tattoo. Oh, wait, it's not a tattoo. It's a burn. Does that mean he was eating it? Because he burned himself on the skillet? Wait a minute. Is that what you guys are getting at? First of all, I don't think that's how burns work. It's a little too perfect. Do hurry, rookie. What are you trying to say? He put his hand on the table to eat and burned himself. Oh my god. To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. Yeah, panic, bitch. Steak's so good he marked himself. You see, it's very clearly visible on this photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? Self-branded. The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How? Man, shut up. I'm not done talking. Stop interrupting me. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What in this photograph explains the reason for the victim's burn? The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate. Ah! La! This case would go twice as fast if this guy wasn't annoyed. I know! I'm trying to talk. As you can see, there is an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. Looks so silly. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Runosuke, you genius! Now, chat's the genius today. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Well, yeah, we know he was there. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been a day before or the day before that. Most likely happened at some other related time. Sadly, Prosecutor Aochi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... The headband's just constantly fluttering. Yeah, exactly. They're inside this entire time and it's just moving. You got the air to make it move. Again. I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. The plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade. Burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I have not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter. I mean, he was working there. Oh my god. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right. The strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. Oh. Also, I'm able to translate. You think he was poisoned? Maybe. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Aochi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Runosuke, do you think? Can it really be true? The glass, you took it to hide the poison, you think? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. The glass is the real murder weapon. Maybe! There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. Because if he was poisoned, that means he lost consciousness and died, and his arm was on the plate for too long, right? Then she shot him for the fun of it. The day in question, when he suffered the burn to his Mr. Wilson, was already deceased. Yeah, he died. And he left his arm on the plate. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man were already dead. Oh my god. Dead! Oh, he was high as fuck. She may not have had the gun. Maybe the undercover cop did and shot the corpse to frame the counsel. Maybe. Knowing that what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Why does it feel like the cop's also confused, though? When the beefsteak was brought to Mr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. This lady's a killer. She's a hoe. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. That's right. It's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly has no grasp of the facts. She's a hoe dead, right? She a hoe wrecker. No, Prosecutor Aochi, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. Is there anything else in the autopsy? I don't think so. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If this true, as we now believe, the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Oh, the tea. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, she's done for. The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Yeah, get ahead, don't waste her time. Thank you, Your Excellency. She's done for. Be late, wench. Go to jail, bitch. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean... then she speaks Japanese. I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. She's been faking it this entire time. What a bitch. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese. And take your goofy little waiter detective with you, phony. And your ugly hat. Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. Then why didn't you speak up? And why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. Actually, it's not. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as well. Oh, she's racist! Oh! Oh! Oh, she's racist. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level. Jesus! Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. You're truly honored by this. lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Oh my god, I hate him. Okay, someone had too much fun writing this. The judge is not happy. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim. Holy shit. That's exactly what Japanese devs do with regard to speaking English interviews when they clearly can. Can you fucking not sit for the one who hates you people? I know, right? He's so bad. We're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Runosuke. Holy shit. Did she poison him? Oh my god. What the hell? Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. What the fuck are you saying? As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. It's poison! But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick it up. She knows they don't know how to test poison. She basically just said so. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. Lady, are you not familiar with ninja? Apparently not. I hope that this is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming language. First of all, why did you learn it then? Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted everyone. Not at all. Not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. Ew. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Man, fuck your amen. Thanks. Was that a prayer then? Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Get ready. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Uh-oh. Lock in. Lock in, Runosuke. Lock in. Yes, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination. Happy April Fool's Day. Hi, Ultraplex. How's it going? Probably hates pizza. I have no idea when the poor man burnt us that. Okay, fair. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. Okay. Or as I've heard, the post-mortem report shows no possible cause of death besides the gunshot. We're good. It's just hot. Oh, is it? Hopefully you don't burn. Stay in a cool place and drink lots of water. Hold on. Let me check the... Let's see. Time of death. Shortly. Bullet fired. Fatal hemorrhaging. No exit wound. How did he burn himself on her plate of steak? I know, right? Hey, what the fuck should mean my steak? Right? What the heck? Hope it's been good with the cases. It's been good. We're trying to expose this lady. If there's some other way a man's can be taken without leaving a trace, then please do show me. What do you mean, lady? Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, However, a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be a physical trace... physical traces, but maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Poison, stupid! If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Voodoo magic. Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I... Shut up. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably won't pick up on it. See? You know something! Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. Le Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Did he eat something? Doesn't even occur to your native detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. She's throwing shade at him. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Oh my god, he used her glass and he's poisoned. Maybe! A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Or he has tuberculosis. That's what I said in the beginning. I'm like, he has tuberculosis. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Runosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Okay, so I have to press her for the rest of them. Even though I'm pretty sure we're going to lead to poison. Alright. Must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Runosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About him. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective. Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself. Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Okay. So it looks like we pressed the right thing then. Interesting. I've never been asked to press a statement twice. Okay. Okay. Okay, we went through this text, right? There it is. How do I switch? Yes, there it is again. Okay. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. Everyone, this game is so... Hi, Privka. How are you? Right, look at him. He's lost his own thoughts. Lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man and his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Runosuke. Oh, this is a new thing. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually... Oh, this is new. Oh, we can switch! But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to other people on the stand. Or you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them. Oh my god. Okay. Oh my goodness. Put the sword down, not like this. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. So first, I should move the marker across. Okay. Then pursue him with X. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I see. What the? Hem. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really is lost in his thoughts deeply. Shoto kills the man. It looks like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court. Man, shut up. What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh. Is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yeah. Yes. Not to mention the fact he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? He's been poisoned, hasn't he? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. Uh-oh. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. So he's been exposed to poison then. If he's taken it. The crime scene thief. He's taking it with him. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Oh shit, she did poison the water. Is that? This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming, I guarantee it. Jesus. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. It's poisoned! Oh my god. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank the day of the victim's death? Yes. It was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Okay. The waiter brought his steak. The president raised our glasses in a toast. That means they both drank the water, though. Or at least he drank the water. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Whistle was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink. That's why I said it was the glass that was poisoned. I think it was the water that was poisoned. I think it might have been the water. I'm not sure. We'll see. Oh my god. Hold on. Why he ordered that drink, correct? Okay. She's kind of looking away. Is this something I should pursue? I don't know. Do you have anything to add about that, Miss Brett? No, nothing. Okay. So it doesn't just okay, so it doesn't mean I have to press all the time. On the approach to this trial, nothing else springs to mind. You people are so uncivilized. It's uncivil to make idle conversation with a gentleman you don't know. Kindly refrain from talking to me again, please. Jesus. Okay. As far as I heard, the post showed no other possible. Where do I press here? How do I link the bottle? Let me see. Written here, paperwork, fatal hemorrhage. Yes. Okay. Aha. Signs of trauma on the victim's body. Could only have been the bullet from their gun. Shut up. Doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away, but then the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. It's true. If it cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. If the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate, soon it was brought. Then he must have already been dead at that point. Aha. And yet the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot until you were able to show the court evidence to disprove that. I concur, prosecutor is right. Let's just pressure him again. I'm talking about the last statement. He's gonna die. What is happening? I don't think you need to push it. Okay, so it's not this one. Okay. Something way to... Of course, this country's if you're investigating. Pick one anyway. New evidence. Oh, I had to go to the end of this? Okay. Okay. Great idea. All thanks to you. Never had guessed. Get all the bubbling away on the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Okay. Going. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed around the time the steak was brought out to his table, and by some means that left no physical trace on his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Maybe I should just present the evidence and see what happens. Present the oh, okay. I never thought to do that. Okay, bought my steak. Maybe we should present the the water during this time? When they're talking about the water? Let's just try. It's odd. What appears to be odd, the way you're presenting yourself. Oh. Okay, so not that time? I got a ding! Okay, maybe it's when she's describing the killing. Brought my steak, raised a glass to the toast. Postmortem showed no other possibles besides the gunshot. Some way that it could be taken, no trace, please do show me. Okay, let's try that. Do show me. Do show me. Because you said show it to me, so that must be a hint. What is this? The bottle of water. Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Oh. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. There it is, we got it. Poison. This one, yeah! On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Uh-oh. Look, he's reacting. He must have drank the water. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Uh-oh, the police officer's like, oh shit, I drank from that water. Order, order, order. Oh, that was a solid slam. On that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? No wonder, maybe that's why he's coughing so much. Yeah, I think he poisoned himself. There's only person who could have possibly have done it. That's a typo. Giselle Brett, it was you. This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. Well, the fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack. She said, shut up. It is you who should be silent. Grovel, grovel, grovel. Where did that come from? She just snapped. Don't curtsy. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humblest apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigate this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? Then why is he coughing? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. What? Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that is available in this country at the present time. That doesn't mean anything. That means it's the glass I called it. Oh, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. But I want him to. I want to think that he drank it. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Well, what if it's a poison we're not familiar with? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! Oh, shit. You can lace the rim with poison when you... Yeah, I think you might be onto something, Crabby. You might be right. That's why she took the glass, yeah. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. Don't put it that way. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask counsel for the defense. Do you have any further evidence to present the court at this point? I guess we gotta present her purse, yeah? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Runosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. You are not leaving. I have something to present. Huh? A girl said that. Please wait. Wait, the professor's assistant? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Mikotoba, it's their daughter. It's his daughter. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. Oh, he's gonna fall in love. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Is it the glass? Is it the glass? Is it the glass? Oh. She tested the glass, maybe. She's avenging her papa. Well. Is that right? Part 3? Well. We're gonna have to stop here. I played much too long today. But I needed to get to the end of that part. All right. That's a long one. That's one long case. It is. Oh my God. Didn't expect that. But then I kind of feel like I do this with Ace Attorney, so I'm not surprised it happened again. I am surprised it happened on the first day though. Not gonna lie. All right, who's here? Let me see who's currently with us. Ooh. All right, everybody. Let's head out today. Oh, my body. Yeah. I'm glad we started Ace Attorney again. I always like these games. Even though it's a lot of reading, I like the stories. Always fun to take a look at. But tomorrow is Wednesday. I should be streaming Subnautica, I think. Yeah, Subnautica. I should be streaming Subnautica. So I won't be talking as much. I won't be reading as much, but it'll still be an intense situation. Because we gotta craft the Cyclops in my prawn suit. But stick around for a second more, because I'll be raiding into my friend Jay. For those who remember her, is our lovely Boba Dragon. She's currently doing a 24-hour stream for no reason, apparently. So we'll raid into her. But thank you everybody for stopping by my stream today. I really appreciate it. And I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it is for you. And hopefully I see you in my next stream tomorrow for Subnautica. Ryusei, stop it! What's wrong with you? Thank you, Rusey, for another 5 gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you received a sub from Rusey, be sure to say thank you. Gosh, Rusey, Jesus. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you, thank you. Keep your money. But hopefully I'll catch everybody in my next stream again for Subnautica, which would be tomorrow around the same time, 7 p.m. PST. But if not then, maybe on X/Twitter or maybe on my Discord, whichever comes first. Thank you everybody for stopping by today. I appreciate it, and thank you, Receive, for the 5 gifted again. So we'll be raiding Jesus. We'll be raiding into again my friend Jay, who she's currently doing a 24-hour stream for no reason. I think she's not really sure what she's doing, to be honest. I'm looking at her stream and I can't really tell what she's doing. But everyone say hi and be kind, okay? Everyone have a good day, have a good night. I will see y'all later. Night night everybody. Night night. Night night everybody. Night night.